Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This 4-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Triarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first President of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the 4th floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, widescreen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Jakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya?
English Education Production, or most well known as EE-Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE-Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is the student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and undergraduate conference.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th International Language and Language Teaching Conference 2021. My name is Markus Budiraharjo and I'm going to be your Master of Ceremony in this two-day conference. This annual conference is organized by the English Language Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. This conference is usually held at Sanata Dharma venue. But due to this pandemic situation, we decided to hold this year's conference virtually, just like what we did last year. We feel that despite the unfortunate condition, we should not stop contributing to the society. This two-day conference is accessible at YouTube channel of PBI USD. First of all, I'd like to greet our honorable guests. We are so privileged to welcome 5 keynote speakers in this conference. First, Dr. Michael Phillips from Monash University, Australia. Dr. Jane Lammers from University of Rochester, New York, United States. Dr. Willy Renandia, National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Dr. Christina Cristiani from Sanata Dharma. And Dr. Kosa Kastuhandani from Sanata Dharma University. We are also pleased to welcome our respected guests. Dr. Eka Priyatma, our president of the university. Dr. Oda Tedaena, vice rector for the international affairs. Dr. Johannes Harsoyo, dean of the faculty of teachers training and education. And Dr. Paulus Koswandono, the vice dean of academic affairs of the faculty of teachers training and education. We would like to welcome and greet our moderators. We have 3 moderators for 3 keynote speech sessions. First, Dr. Paulus Koswandono. Second, Dr. Cecilia Tutiandari, the head of Language Institute. And last, Dr. Johanna Veniranda, lecturer of the English Language Education Program. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome our respected presenters. We are so pleased to have 54 papers to be presented in this conference. Before we begin the conference, let us ask for God's grace and blessings so that our two-day conference will run smoothly. The prayer will be done in the Catholic way. I will invite Dr. Consilianos Laus Mbato to lead the prayer. Bapak Cons, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus. Dear honorable guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants, please allow me to lead the prayer in a Catholic tradition. Those of you who have different faiths are invited to adjust accordingly. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, Amen. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the love and grace you have always bestowed upon us all this time. Today, we especially need your love and grace so that we can convene our two-day LLTC conference successfully. Please bless all the speakers, presenters, and participants. May we be empowered to work collaboratively to make this conference a happy and rewarding academic event. We ask this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you,
Dr.
Bapak.
Marcus.
Yeah, thank you, Bapak Cons. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise and sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to invite the chairperson of this 8th International Language and Language Teaching Conference to give her welcoming speech. Ibu Rina Purnamaningwulan, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Markus. Dear honorable presenters and participants, ladies and gentlemen, in this wonderful occasion, on behalf of all the committee members, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you to the 8th International Language and Language Teaching Conference, LLTC 2021, organized by the English Language Education Study Program of Sanata Dharma University, Jakarta. This year, the theme is Post-COVID-19, Language Learning Teaching, Linguistics and Literature in Local and Universal Contexts. The COVID-19 pandemic that has lasted for 1.5 years has caused a massive shift in education, including in language teaching and learning. The phase as well as the conduct of education will not return into how it was before, as the pandemic is thought to be a long-lasting one. As a consequence, education practitioners are demanded to always be adaptive and innovative in dealing with the pandemic situation and keeping up with the dynamics involved. This year's theme was selected as we want to invite language education practitioners as well as researchers to share innovations and the cutting edge of language teaching, linguistics, and literature in the context of whilst and post-COVID-19 pandemic. We believe that these issues leave abundant opportunities for development and innovation in English education and instruction. In this year's conference, LLTC presents 5 keynote speakers from 4 countries: Australia, Singapore, the United States, and Indonesia, who are experts in the field of educational technologies, second and foreign language pedagogy and instruction, literacy, and curriculum developments. Each of the speakers will be sharing interesting research topics that are inspirational for educators as well as researchers in enhancing innovations in language teaching amidst the current online learning trends. There will be also over 50 interesting titles of presentation presented by presenters from all across the country and also abroad. This makes me certain that in these 2 days, we are going to share, learn, and collaborate in fruitful discussions with other language teaching enthusiasts in this conference. I shall extend my gratitude to all committee members from PBI Sanata Dharma, as well as to the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, without whom this conference would not have been possible. I would also like to express a sincere gratitude to all parties who have worked hand in hand to make this conference run well. We sincerely hope that LLTC 2021 would be a great place for networking, communicating, and collaborating ideas for learning and innovation in English language education in Indonesia. Finally, I wish you a great conference ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Rina Purnamaningwulan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another speech from the president of Sanata Dharma University. However, since he is unable to join us live now, he made a recorded video speech to welcome you all. Let's watch Dr. Eka Priyatsma's speech.
On behalf of Sanata Dharma University, I feel honored to welcome all speakers and participants of the 8th Language and Language Teaching, or LLTC 2021. I also would like to extend my warmest regard to all of you. Let us first thank God for the grace we have received in preparing this conference. I also wish that the 8th LLTC facilitates a fruitful sharing and exchange of ideas related to the conference theme on post-COVID-19, language learning teaching, linguistics, and literature in local and universal contexts. To everyone's surprise, starting in early 2020, learning was suddenly forced to change due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Internet-based learning is the best choice because the pandemic demands social physical distancing. Suddenly, all parties involved in learning have to adapt so that they can continue to play their roles optimally using internet technology. More than 1 year experience of using internet-based learning has provided us many experiences, reflection, awareness, and various future imagination. This is very valuable because all parties have concrete experience of how the taste, atmosphere, dynamics, and struggles in managing internet-based learning are. This experience becomes a very important and valuable asset for developing future educational model. Actually, the need for change and development of this higher education model is not only due to the pandemic and the ease of use of the internet. There is a very basic reason
why we need to start a new way of managing modern learning. The basic reason includes two things, even though the source is only one, namely the increasingly massive and efficient digital technology, especially the internet. This technology has ushered in human civilization to have properties abbreviated as VUCAT, or volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and disruptive. The birth of VUCAT world requires new language learning model that can prepare graduates to face the changes and uncertainties of the future. Consequently, learning must be contextual, dynamic, adaptive, and oriented towards the development of strong scientific basic competencies. Only with a solid scientific foundation, a graduate can continue to learn and develop themselves. In addition, language learning must be oriented towards developing the competence of graduates to use and utilize internet technology. The need for universities to develop new model in educating students is also triggered by the fact that the internet has not only provided abundant yet cheap knowledge, but also provide flexibility and accessibility that is cross-border. With the advancement of artificial intelligence technology, this cross-border flexibility concerns not only in the diminishing boundaries of space and time, but also the boundaries of written and spoken language. Learning resources on the internet can be accessed from anywhere, by anyone, in any language. In a situation like this, educating becomes even more irrelevant if it doesn't take place in a flexible, format-rich manner, and there is no added value. Therefore, there is a need to develop a new framework to support learning in internet-based environment. The framework is actually quite simple. That is, how to create a meaningful and relevant learning experience rather than how to teach grade. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, I position this conference as highly relevant to respond the recent call to all of us in improving our learning quality while we are witnessing the rapid change of modern learning that is much influenced by sophisticated smart technology. I do hope that the conference become a good avenue not only to discuss our research findings, but also to facilitate a fruitful dialogue in which sharing of knowledge, values, and awareness of language learning takes place with joy and respect to each other. It is through such an orientation that we can proactively contribute to shape up our new generation for the betterment of our society. May the conference be successful and enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Eka Priyatma. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the first two keynote speeches, we will sing together the University Sanata Dharma's hymn. presenters and participants, we will provide the exit ticket for day 1 during the second parallel session today. The moderator in your room will give you the link. It's worth noting that this exit ticket will be your attendance list for the first day of the conference. Please note that you will be eligible to receive the e-certificate only if you have submitted the exit ticket for day 1 and day 2 and have registered your email at the website. Should you have any questions, you may contact our help desk in the Zoom chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the first session of the conference. The session will last up to 10:30 Western Indonesian time. We will listen to 2 talks. The first talk will be delivered by Dr. Michael Phillips from Monash University, Australia, and the second talk will be delivered by Dr. Christina Cristiani from Sanata Dharma. The talks will be moderated by Dr. Paulus Kuswandono. So, without further ado, we will invite Bapak Kuswandono, and it's worth noting as well for participants that you can post your questions on the Zoom chat box if you are joining from Zoom, or in the YouTube comment box if you are joining from YouTube. Bapak Paulus Kuswandono, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus, for the time and opportunity. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Bapak Ibu. I'm very happy to see you all here in the Zoom. We understand that this is probably not the ideal opportunity for us to meet together in a virtual meeting like this, but we do not have any option. We really have to abide by the government's regulation of working from home in this case. So we are happy to welcome Dr. Michael Phillips today from Monash University. Before we start with the presentation, I would like to read, and actually I'm going to share the screen to all of you, the biography and also the, can I share screen here? Okay, yeah. The biography of Dr. Michael Phillips. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Michael Phillips is the Associate Professor of Digital Transformation in the Faculty of Education, Monash University. It is interesting that his research is actually related to integrating educational technologies, which are really relevant to today's meeting. He conducted a research on how to make teachers making the active decision about their classroom technology integration. And even in 2019, he led an international team from 11 countries exploring teacher decision making in using technology. So it's actually really interesting for us to learn, particularly if you are teachers or prospective teachers. The decision making here is really a crucial matter. He also got a number of awards here. For example, the best paper award at the Society of Information Technology and Teacher Education conference in 2016, and again in 2019. Dr. Michael Phillips has also received the Dean's Award for Excellences in Teaching and Learning in 2015, as well as the Vice Chancellor's Award for Programs that Enhance Learning in 2016. Next, the Monash Postgraduate Association Lecturer of the Year Award 2016, and then in 2017, he also got the Dean's Award, again, for outstanding research by an early career researcher. So this is actually his prior professional experiences, but particularly when he was a teacher, a senior teacher, he got also in 2013 in December an Outstanding Professional Service Award from the Council of Professional Teaching Association of Victoria. So you can see that these are all his research interests, shaping digital futures, transforming teaching and learning, and such and such and such. But particularly, what is interesting today is we are going to learn a lot about technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge, okay, or we call it TPEC framework. So we would like to learn some critical consideration of digital pedagogies. Yeah, this is actually really important for us in the today's era. Not only that we understand how to have a kind of instructional pedagogy, but also in terms of digital pedagogies. So this is actually really interesting. And also some practical strategies to enhance online teaching and learning. And by the way, these are all related to his research interest in the previous years. Okay, I think this is actually the short introduction, and we would like to welcome Dr. Michael Philip. Dr. Michael Philip, the screen is yours right now. You may start like 45 minutes, more or less, for the presentation, and then we would like to continue later on for the question and answer after the second speaker has also finished. Dr. Michael Philip?
Wonderful, thank you
it's
so
actually
much.
Very early there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your very kind introduction and for the opportunity to be a part of this wonderful conference. It's just a shame we all can't be in the same physical space together, but hopefully today I'm able to share with you some of the things that I've been working on for a number of years, and hopefully they're of relevance to you. So as per the very kind introduction, I'm working at Monash University, where I'm the Associate Professor of Digital Transformation. And so my work largely focuses around the integration of educational technologies into teaching practices. And I'm really fortunate to lead about 20 researchers at the universities who are part of the Digital Education Research Group. And so if you're interested in finding out a little bit more about our collective work, or indeed finding out a little bit more about my work, there are a couple of links on the screen there that you can follow. And my slides will be made available to you after the conference as well. So if you miss those or any of the details here, you'll have an opportunity to look back on those. But before coming to Monash, I was actually a secondary school teacher and leader for about 15 years. And it was my time in schools that actually really started to pique my interest around education technologies. It was at that time that we started to see all sorts of technologies coming into classrooms, particularly one-on-one technologies. So students would have their own computers, their own laptops, and those sorts of things. And they started to be used for a variety of different purposes in classrooms. And I became really fascinated by the different reactions my colleagues were having to the introduction of these new technologies into classrooms. Some teachers were really excited and saying, this is fantastic, please can I have more of these kinds of technologies and more of this kind of opportunity? Where others were kind of like this sea wall here, and they were trying to hold back the digital tide, saying, I don't want any of these kinds of technologies as part of what's going on in my classrooms. And it was these really different perspectives that piqued my interest in technologies and made me want to explore why we were getting these different reactions in these different ways. And since that time, we've actually started to see the increasing ubiquity or presence of technologies in teaching and learning, and in fact in a lot of different parts of our daily lives. And you don't need to look too far to see how much that has changed very recently. So here's an example. This is a photograph of the side of a bus that I actually took on the university campus where I work. And this is an advertisement for some cough medicine. And the idea with this advertisement is that you might, by taking the cough medicine, you can switch off your cough like you might switch off something on your smartphone. The idea that people and technologies have this really close relationship is being represented in lots of different parts of our lives. And it's not just necessarily in Australia that we start to see this. If you're waiting for a bus, for example, in Indonesia, and up until the last couple of years, I've been fortunate to visit your lovely country many times, but we start to see the same kinds of things happening. You know, Blackberries keep you moving is another example of that. And when we start to look at the way in which technologies have actually started to move through our general population, well, it's quite remarkable. In Australia earlier this year, we had nearly 25 million people, but we had almost 32.5 million mobile phones. We had more mobile phones than people in our country. In fact, there was a 130% device to population ratio, which is quite remarkable. And we actually share very similar kinds of statistics to you in Indonesia, although your numbers are much larger. We have a situation in Indonesia where we have a similar device to population ratio, but you have nearly 345 million mobile phones in your country. Just imagine how many mobile phones, what that would look like if you brought all of those together. And the fact that the first smartphone was only released 12 years ago is quite remarkable. The fact that we've had such a change in such a short period of time. And when we start to look at what people are doing with their mobile phones, well, we can see here that in Australia, the statistic on the far right of this slide, that 89% of mobile internet users are part of our population. And if you look at that same statistic for Indonesia, well, 96.5% nearly of the population access the internet via a mobile phone. Our connection to our digital devices is something that we find hard to live without. We also have a lot of similarities with other countries around the world. I could show you a lot of other countries that have very similar statistics. They also have very similar habits in terms of what people are doing on their smartphones. You'll see that comparing Australia and Indonesia on the left and right, we can actually see that we share a number of very similar kinds of habits in terms of what we do with our phones. One of the things that you might see there is a very common and very often used platform, Facebook. Facebook has 2.32 billion active monthly users, and every 60 seconds on Facebook, over 500,000 comments are posted. Just think about the amount of information that people are sharing backwards and forwards, the way that people are engaging with information through these new different platforms. It's quite remarkable when we think this is just one platform. It becomes so important that a lot of people actually log on to Facebook and see what's going on before they even get out of bed in the morning. What percentage of 18 to 24-year-olds do you think go on Facebook before they even get out of bed? You might like to pop, if you're on Zoom, you could pop into the chat window what you think, what percentage of 18 to 24-year-olds actually jump on to Facebook before they even get out of bed in the morning. Do we think it's 10%? Maybe 20%? Well, if you're having a guess and you actually guess 50%, you would be right. 50% of 18 to 24-year-olds get onto Facebook before they even get out of bed in the morning. And back in 2019, Indonesia had the third most populous use of Facebook, active Facebook users in the world. Quite incredible. If we just turn our focus to another form of technology that you might think about, and the way that a lot of people are actually starting to learn things, is YouTube. 300 hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every single minute. That's an awful lot more than just silly cat videos. And the average mobile viewing session lasts for more than 40 minutes. So people are spending a long time on these platforms and are starting to engage with things in really deep and meaningful ways in which they're starting to gather information, starting to make sense of the world, and starting to understand different forms of information. And so as educators, it becomes really important for us to start to learn some lessons from the different ways in which people are engaging with different forms of media. I wonder if you might know which country in the world actually per capita watches the most YouTube. Which country in the world do you think watches the most YouTube? If you were to think America, you would be incorrect. Australia is also incorrect. Unfortunately, Indonesia is also incorrect, but how cool would it be if it was actually Indonesia? But it's actually very close to Indonesia. Malaysians actually watch more YouTube than anybody else in the world. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that if you think that the center of the digital universe may be somewhere in Silicon Valley or similar, then you might be wrong. My research suggests that actually it might be a lot closer to maybe where most of you are watching this presentation from today. And so our ideas of the importance of technologies become really important. And while these statistics are amazing, if we go back to our other example of Facebook, well, Facebook users watch 100 million hours of video per day. If I was to watch 100 million hours of video, that would take me nearly 11,500 years. Quite an extraordinary amount of video being consumed by people on all sorts of different platforms. Another thing that people have been using technologies for quite some time is something like this, the idea of playing digital games. When I was a teenager, I spent a huge amount of time being this little character chasing dots around a screen, trying not to get eaten by ghosts as well. And the idea of people being engaged by these kinds of technologies has led to the notion of gamification. If only we could turn teaching and learning into something like a game, perhaps we would see levels of engagement like this in our classrooms. These are photographs taken by a photographer called Philip Toledano, and what you're seeing are people's faces being backlit by their screens when they're playing digital games. And I don't know about you, but in my teaching, I don't often see this kind of incredibly powerful reaction to the content that I'm presenting to people. And in fact, I'm not sure that I'd want to see the type of reaction that the gentleman in the bottom right of your screen is showing in your classroom. It might be a little bit scary, but nonetheless, if we could engage people in education in the same way that we engage them in playing video games, then perhaps we could transform teaching and learning. There are some really exciting ideas that people have been working with for a number of years. So the point that I'm trying to make in the opening part of my presentation is that digital technologies are a really big deal, both in and out of formal education settings, to the point where a number of people have talked about the notion of digital entanglement, that we actually can't separate ourselves from our devices anymore. Our lives are so entwined with our devices and our technologies that we need to start really carefully considering the ways in which we can use these to best advantage. Because if the pandemic has shown us anything, these technologies are not going away anytime soon. And so we start to also see the way in which young people and as students are positioned in relation to technologies. This is another photo from another bus, the back of another bus that I took a quick photo of. Here we have young people being positioned as technology superheroes. They're creating the future and changing the world. This idea that young people, education and technologies go together has been something that has been around for quite some time. And once again, if you are questioning whether this is of importance for people working in the Indonesian context, then studies like this suggest that possibly that might be a misplaced kind of an idea, that actually it's really, really important because Indonesian students are among the world's highest users of technology. And the idea of young people and students using technologies has been one that a number of people have talked about. This gentleman's name is Mark Prensky, and you may have heard of Mark Prensky and some of his ideas around young people and technologies. One of the things that he talks about is the notion of digital natives and digital immigrants. And essentially what he's saying is that a lot of the people that we're educating now are digital natives, people who have grown up with the idea of digital technologies, people whose lives have been always shaped by digital technologies. And they're innate users of these kinds of technologies. A lot of the time, they take to these technologies in a much faster way than what he calls digital immigrants, people like myself who were born into a pre-digital world, are able to use these technologies. What he's suggesting is that if we take on board this notion of digital natives, then we can actually start to see a lot of state-of-the-art kinds of examples of the use of technologies as part of teaching and learning. And we see examples like this, virtual reality headsets, that often dominate the kinds of discourse and the kinds of conversations that go on, particularly when technology companies start to talk about their place in the education landscape. Education is on the brink of being transformed through learning technologies. Or so people like Mark Prensky and others who peddle the notion of the state of the art might have you believe. But since Prensky came up with this idea a number of years ago now, people have started to critique this, to question the idea of digital natives. And you can find a whole wealth of different academic articles that actually question the digital native myth and reality, as my colleague at Monash, Neil Selwyn, has suggested here. When we actually start to look at the way that young people use technologies for learning, then we actually start to see a very different picture being painted. The idea of the state of the actual doesn't necessarily match with our idea of the state of the art. That actually what goes on a lot of the time is that technology use is quite pedestrian. It's quite simple. And we don't necessarily see things that are going to be transforming teaching and learning. Education is on the brink of being transformed through learning technologies. However, it's been on that brink for some decades now. Diana Laurillard said this in a professorial speech in the United Kingdom back in 2008. And more than a decade later, I would still agree with this kind of statement. We can see the potential, the possibilities that technology can bring, but without a deep understanding and without a framework and some strategies to be able to implement these kinds of ideas, we don't necessarily have the realization of that transformation. And it's not just my perspective that suggests this. Here's a study of, from 9 countries around the world that was actually sponsored by Microsoft, one of the companies that's trying to sell these kinds of technologies. And here they found that a coherent set of innovative teaching practices were quite rare, and 21st century skill building opportunities offered by typical learning activities remained low. And so what we find is this challenge to us as educators, positioned both by research but also by lived experience, that perhaps this transformation, these possibilities that we imagine, aren't necessarily being realised. That what we're doing is we're seeing the same kinds of things happening, but just in different ways. On the left, we have a picture from a very European classroom in the 1950s, where a teacher is looking over a student's shoulder at some work that the student is doing in a notebook, and the teacher's probably providing some kind of feedback comment to the student. On the right-hand side, we actually have exactly the same thing going on. It's just that the notebook that the student's using is a little bit different. We have the same kinds of pedagogical practices going on in both of these different examples. And it's not just in formal education settings that we see this. If we actually look at the way that we consume information, the way that we understand the world by consuming language and by starting to work with the written word, we also see that outside of formal education settings, things maybe haven't necessarily changed all that much. What we have is what Richard Noss and Norbert Patchler back in 1999 were talking about when it came to technologies. That the challenge is to not necessarily do old things in new ways, but to think about doing new things in new ways. And that's quite a challenging idea for us to contemplate, for us to start to think about. because we don't necessarily have a really good template of what that might look like. How do we imagine the place of teachers and teaching in this technology entanglement? When people are so connected to their devices, how is it that we understand what the role of the teacher is? How do we start to take advantage of some of our understandings of cognitive theories about learning and learning theory and be able to apply that to a digital setting? Well, that's what I'd like to talk with you about now. How we might actually use these ideas to be able to enhance teaching and learning and not necessarily just do old things in new ways, but to start to do new things. And to do that, I want to introduce you to a framework, an idea that actually has its roots back in the mid-1980s. And to do that, I want to introduce you to this gentleman on the bottom right-hand side of this slide. His name is Lee Shulman. And back in the mid-1980s, Lee was president of the American Educational Research Association, or AERA, which is one of the world's largest research associations. Typically, about 20,000 people turn up to their annual conference per year. So it's a very big organisation. And in the mid-1980s, Lee was the president of this very big organisation, and he made a presidential address at the conference, which gained a lot of traction. It became a real watershed moment in education research, because what Lee was trying to do was trying to explain what it is that separates a really great teacher from somebody who has really great content knowledge. What separates, for example, a physics teacher from a physicist, or a history teacher from a historian, for example. And what Lee said was that, well, both of these people, the physics teacher and the physicist, for example, they both have to have great content knowledge. There's no point in a physicist trying to conduct physics experiments if he doesn't have great content knowledge. And there's no point for a physics teacher to walk into a physics classroom if she doesn't have great content knowledge. And that's why I don't walk into a physics classroom, because my content knowledge in that area is not great. But Lee said one of the things that separates the physics teacher from the physicist is the fact that the physics teacher also has pedagogical knowledge, an understanding of who these people are in front of the teacher, how to actually then start to think about ways in which to represent this content so that it resonates or makes sense to or has a connection with the people that they're presenting it to. And what Lee further went on to say was that really, really effective teachers do more than just have these two forms of knowledge in isolation. The crux of his argument was that great teachers actually bring pedagogical knowledge and content knowledge together. And what we find when they come together is that we have a form of knowledge that is greater than the sum of the two individual parts. And he called that pedagogical content knowledge, or PCK. And this notion of PCK was something that transformed the way that people started to think about the complexity and the interplay between different forms of knowledge that teachers draw upon to make decisions about what they do in classrooms. And this was an idea that continues to be incredibly important in the research world. But people have also started to critique or question certain elements of this. And two of those people are at the bottom of this particular slide. On the left is Punya Mishra, and on the right is Matthew Kaler. And in 2006, Punya and Matt started to notice some of the things that I've highlighted to you in the first part of my presentation today. The increasing ubiquity of technologies in education settings. And so what they started to do was to question the position of technological knowledge. What is it that teachers need to know about technologies to be able to make them really effective? And what Matt and Punya argued was that you need to understand more than, for example, just what button to press to turn on a computer, or which icon on the screen to click on to make something work. What they suggested was that you actually had to have a deeper technological literacy about what are the affordances or opportunities, but also what are the limitations or constraints of various forms of hardware and software. And so back in 2006, Matt and Punya suggested that what we needed to do was bring technological knowledge together with Schulman's notion of pedagogical content knowledge. So when we bring the technological knowledge component in, what we end up with is a triumvirate or three forms of knowledge that have different overlays or impacts. And Punya and Matt and myself, together with hundreds of other researchers from around the world, have been developing and working with this particular framework called the Technological, Pedagogical and Content Knowledge Framework, or TPAC framework, to try to understand how teachers use these different forms of knowledge to make decisions about both their design of content to make it understandable for students, but also how they might use technologies to develop better pedagogical relationships with their students as well. So this TPAC framework, situated in various contexts, has been the basis for more than 3,000 published papers since 2006. And what I want to do is I want to focus on one particular part of this framework that I think is really important for people who are looking at language and language teaching. And that is, on the right-hand side, the overlap that you can see between technological knowledge and content knowledge. I want to focus on something that isn't represented very often in many of those 3,000 or so papers that have used this framework. I want to focus on technological content knowledge, or TCK, and how we might design content in particular ways so that we don't get stuck in doing old things in new ways, but we can start to think about new things in new ways, start to take advantage of the different technologies that many people are starting to use, but to think about, as educators, how we best design for that. And as you would well know, as language teachers, that technologies influence how we communicate. And this isn't a new idea. Mark Hughes talked about this in 1941, where he talked about technological or technical rationality. There have been a lot of other developments since then, ideas like the social shaping of technology that Williams and Edge wrote about in 1996. So technology choice can have significant implications for learning because of the way in which there are features or biases in the way that we can design. As educators, we need to be thinking very carefully about design principles and the affordances and limitations of different technologies so that we're able to best present information to students so that it makes connections with them and connections with their longer term memories, which is something that I'm going to come to in just a moment. So you might be asking, well, why is this important? Well, I want you to ask yourself three questions. Have you ever tried to read an article on the web and just given up? It's just too hard to make sense of. Have you, like me, printed out web pages or even emails rather than actually try to read them on the screen, particularly if it's a longer kind of a journal article? And do you know why sometimes adding images or clip art can actually hinder learning? It can make things more challenging for your learners. Well, these are things that we're going to actually start to look at and start to explore, well, why might this be the case? And a lot of these kinds of challenges or problems can at least be partially addressed through some really effective writing and screen design strategies. And these are strategies and ideas that have been used for a number of years, and they're all research and evidence-based. And I want to share with you what it is that I and others in this space have been working on for the last 20 or so years. And I want to start off with the notion of content usability. So the idea of usability is that we're trying to streamline and predict and ultimately influence how people use and read content. And if we're talking about language learning, then this is really, really relevant and really, really important to the way that your learners actually engage with content. And if we're talking about, at the moment, a COVID world, and even in a post-COVID world, when technology use as part of education, I believe, is not going to go away very quickly, then this becomes really important. Because writing text for a digital context is quite different in some ways to writing for a print context, ways in which we might have done in the past. We need to do new things in new ways to take advantage of these technologies. Jacob Nielsen is somebody who has been doing a lot of this content usability work for a period of time. And he's found in 2006, and he's done consistent studies since then, that show that this data has not substantially changed in the last nearly 2 decades. That 79% of users scan the page when it's a digital page rather than reading word for word. So they're scanning what this information is, not necessarily taking in every single word. Importantly, reading from computer screens, he's found, is 25% slower than reading a printed page. Now, I don't know about you, but I probably don't give my students 25% longer to read things on a screen than I do when they're reading it in comparison to a written text. And Nielsen also suggests that online content should have 50% of the word count of its paper equivalent. That what we tend to do is we put too much information on there. People try to scan all of this information. It takes them longer, and so no wonder we start to print off some of these kinds of particularly longer articles or longer pieces of text. And when we're talking about learners who may have lower literacy levels, well, this just compounds some of the learning challenges that they have. So one strategy that we can use to help with that is actually this notion of an inverted pyramid. And an inverted pyramid looks something kind of like this, that we should actually be starting with the conclusion. Now, this is the complete opposite to the way that traditional academic writing works. So traditional academic writing, we often sort of propose a challenge or an issue or a problem. We'll present some literature that fleshes that out a little bit more. We'll offer some evidence, and then finally we'll come up with a synthesis and maybe a conclusion. What's the takeaway message from this? Well, if we have a really long piece of text, it's unlikely that our learners are actually going to get to the end of that and find out the most important bit of information, the conclusion and the synthesis. So what we should be doing is not necessarily trying to write a murder mystery where you have to read all of this thing to find out at the end who the murderer was. What we should be doing is putting that information up forward. What's the most important thing that you want your reader to be engaging with? And you put that up front. Then support that with some important details, and finally provide some other general background information or some general ideas that help support this for those people who want to engage with this even further. And the reason that we know that this inverted pyramid idea when writing for digital contexts works is because there have been a whole lot of studies that have used eye tracking software, where we can actually measure where it is that learners are looking on the screen. And if we actually have a look here, what you can see is the results or an image of this eye tracking software. And where this particular learner looks on the page more frequently, we're getting that kind of red colour. A little bit less frequently is the yellow, and even less frequently is the blue. And where there's no colour at all, and you can just see the background web page, the learner didn't look there at all. And what you can sort of see here is that we've kind of got an F pattern, where there's a strong section down the left-hand side of the screen and a little bit that goes across, particularly at the top, and then a little bit more in the middle of the page. So what we can start to see is that if we leave the most important information for our learners down to the bottom of the page, it's unlikely that they're actually going to engage with it. So it's really important that we don't do things the way that we've always done them in terms of print. That what we have to think about are different ways of being able to organise information. And it's not just leaving things to the bottom of the page that might become problematic. There's been some research that's been done where if we have a really long web page where you might have to scroll up and down a little bit, and that's represented on the right-hand side, you can see the full length of this particular web page, that there are larger circles where a reader has spent more time looking at the web page and smaller circles where it becomes less frequent. And what we can start to see is that once you go what's called below the fold, that's basically, the idea comes from an old printed newspaper where if it was folded in half, if you had to flip over the page, it was below the fold. A lot of research was done to suggest that a lot of people didn't necessarily read below the fold. In a digital sense, it's where we have to start scrolling. That if we have information below what we can immediately see on the screen and we have to start scrolling for it, then we actually have challenges in getting our readers to see that. What we also find is that there's other research that also suggests that, at least for English language learning, that people tend to spend more time looking at the left-hand side of the screen than at the right-hand side of the screen. And so the takeaway message is important things should be up front and to the left, okay? Particularly if we're talking about English language learning. But there are other strategies that we can employ, other design strategies that we can take advantage of as part of this. So I wonder if this resonates with you. Did you read things in the order that I predicted? If you did, it's because of a notion of semantic chunking. That what we can do is we can position things in certain ways with certain design principles that help guide readers to what we want them to pay attention to. So here we have two examples. On the left, a piece of text that's just normal, and on the right-hand side, a piece of text that has been chunked. And in that chunking text, what we can see is that we've used some techniques like emboldening certain words, we've used dot points. All of these ideas are grouping bits of information together because it helps readers make sense and decode the language that we're trying to present to them. So a semantic chunk is not necessarily about reducing or simplifying content, but rather it's a scaffold for students. One of the challenges is that if all of our sentences are broken down into these smaller semantic chunks, then the effectiveness of this approach will get lost. So we need to think carefully about how we chunk things and what it is that we do with them. So it can be a paragraph, a sentence, or it can even be graphically linked words that we might chunk together. So I want to introduce just one more idea to you before I finish up. And this is a really important idea called cognitive load theory. And it can help us explain why some of these things, like semantic chunking, work in the way that they do. Essentially, it's an understanding why too much is not a good thing. Nielsen's work suggests that we should have 50% of the content on a page, on a digital page, than we do on a printed page. Here's why. So cognitive load theory is derived from an information processing family of theories about learning. And it's really focused on memory and storage that make learning possible. It's only one learning theory out of a whole suite of different learning theories. But this learning theory sees learning as in a similar way to how a computer processes information. So I want you to have a look at these two things, and you can tell me what you see. If you're on Zoom, you can pop it into the chat if you want to. What do you see in line 1? What is it that you see in line 1 here? And then what do you see in line 2? So some people are telling me that in line 1, they're seeing two words. The two words are the cat. And on line 2, a lot of people are saying probably that they see a lot of the letter A. Well, if you look really carefully on the first line, what we've actually got are two letters in the middle of those two words that are actually the same symbol. But you're telling me they're different things. In the first word, you're telling me that symbol is an H, and in the second word, you're telling me that same symbol is actually a different letter. It's the letter A. And on the second line, what you're telling me is that all these things that are actually different symbols are the same thing. They're all the same letter A. So how is it that we can understand that two letters that are the same are different and multiple letters that are different are the same? It's quite interesting, I think. Well, the reason that we do this is because we see and remember things that connect with our long-term memory, and we can't help but impose meaning rather than necessarily just seeing what's being presented to us. So when we start to think about language learning, and when we start to think about ways in which we might reduce the amount of content or the complexity of content on a page, we need to start to think about how we can connect things with long-term memory. So what we can do to help with that is either that idea of semantic chunking can be done in a different kind of a way. So what I'm going to do is give you 20 seconds to remember a list. Now, you're not allowed to write anything down or type anything down, but you're going to get 20 seconds to try to remember a shopping list. And you have to remember things in order in their columns and in their rows. All right, I'm going to give you 20 seconds and we'll see how you go. All right, how did you go? Were you able to remember all of those things? Well, what if we did a thing where we actually grouped them together and tried to make things a bit easier? What if you tried to remember this list? And I'll give you 10, 15 seconds for this. Is the second one easier? Most people say that it is. And if we actually compare these two things together, what we can start to see is that the first list, which has exactly the same elements in it, is all random. All of these things are not connected together. But with the bottom one, it's probably a bit easier because we have fruit in the first column, we have something maybe about sandwiches in the second, we have bathroom products in the third, and so on, stationery in the fourth. So what we can start to do is reduce the number of elements because we can group them together in some meaningful way. So if we're able to group things in meaningful ways for our students online, then we're able to actually help them with their learning. So this model of human memory starts to talk about working memory, about cognitive load in that working memory where we're processing both visual and auditory information, and they are separate processes. But what this means is that we're trying to actually see what resonates with information that we've stored in our long-term memory. So the information that has been learnt according to this theory has been encoded into long-term memory and can be recalled on demand. To be encoded, we have to process it in our working memory, and optimum learning occurs in a digital sense when load on working memory is kept to a minimum. And so one of the things, again, depending on the research that you read, human working memory has a threshold of somewhere between 4 and 10 elements. If we have less than 4 things to remember, it's pretty easy. Between 5 and 9, it's achievable, but it's starting to get difficult, and 10 or more is actually quite difficult for most people. But the last thing that also adds to this complexity is the relationship between these elements. So if I presented you with these two things, which one of these is true? Now, each of these statements only has 6 elements in it. My father's brother's grandfather is my grandfather's brother's son. There's only 6 elements. But it's a little bit hard to work this out. It's not because of the number of elements, it's because of the relationship between these elements. So there are ways that we could design this to make it simpler. And you could probably imagine that it might look like something like this. And we could actually have a family tree, a way of being able to reduce the cognitive load. And that's a very simple kind of way for us to be able to illustrate this. But hopefully there are ways that you can start to take some of these examples and apply them in your own particular teaching context. So one of the things that we have is this, with this TPAC framework, this idea of technologies and content coming together. There are design principles that we can start to think about and research that we can use to start to focus our design to make learning easier for our students. That when learning languages, there are things that we don't want to do, which are old things, and try to bring them into a new learning context, a digital learning context. So instead of being like my colleagues back in the day who were being like the trying to hold back the digital tide, being like this sea wall and just saying no technologies at all, what I'd be suggesting is that we need to take a really thoughtful and careful and considered approach that allows some technologies into our teaching practices, but ones that have been really carefully considered and ones that we curate and design. Maybe instead of having a solid seawall, we might have a seawall like this that allows certain things to come in and out. Because when we get to that stage, we can find that teaching and learning can become really interesting, and we get nuggets of really exciting things that we can start to pay attention to as educators and work with our students in their acquisition of language and learning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today, and I hope that that resonated with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Michael Philip. I'm really asking you now, are you actually on other schedules right now? If not, then probably we can wait for the second presenter first, and then we will have a discussion. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, okay, thank you very much. Then we will come to the second presenter. I'm going to share screen here. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. We will have Ibu Christina Cristiani, PhD. Currently, she is the head of the Learning Innovation Center of Sanata Dharma University. She finished her PhD program in 2019 from the Faculty of Education of the Central China Normal University. Her major was Curriculum and Teaching Methodology, and the scholarship was given by the United Board of Christian Higher Education in Asia. Her dissertation title is Contributing to Curriculum Implementation through Educational Knowledge Mobilization, an integrated analysis on school-university partnership in Indonesian context. She has also, joined online courses from Deusto University in Spain. The online courses was actually entitled How to Set Up Online Learning in Your University. This is hosted by the Asian University Network in cooperation with Deusto International Training Academy. And now still going on from August to December, she also joined Adaptive Design for Learning, ADL Professional Certificate course, an online course granted from the United Board of Christian Higher Education in Asia in Ateneo, Institute for the Science and Arts of Learning and Teaching. She has also published, quite a number of publications from journal articles. We can actually see here 25 articles. Some of them are also about online learning, and then the current school curriculum issue. So most of them are actually also related to curriculum as her PhD topic. She also has published books, or English books for elementary school students. So we have, like 7, books and modules also for students. And she is now contributing in a book of Poetry 101, Perjamuan Puisi. This is Indonesian language. So she's going to talk about really also interesting from the student perspective. If Dr. Michael was actually talking from the teacher's perspective, who integrated technology in their teaching using, digital pedagogies, Dr. Christina Cristiani is going to discuss this one, learning achievements perceived by the undergraduate students during the pandemic. This is really interesting because, we have, deals with the students from time to time and we are wondering whether they actually have a sense of learning achievement in their, in their study. It is also interesting that she noted the learning agility here is one of the, like a significant factor for the successful achievements. And interestingly, she also mentioned that interdependency seemed hardly to be built, but independency was actually much easier to achieve. So she suggested that the students and teachers became more adaptive and also exercising what we call self-regulated learning. All right, so please welcome Ibu Christina Cristiani, PhD. And the screen is yours right now. You may start 45 minutes from now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paulus Kuswandono. Okay, wait a second. So do I need to set my own timer? No.
No, not necessarily. I will actually give you the reminder.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kuswandono. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, dear participant, presenters, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with describing my context here as the faculty members and also as the head of the Learning Innovation Center. Let me share my screen now. Yes. Okay. So I would like to share my experience and also some notes and findings that I gained from my position as becoming a faculty member and also being in charge of the Learning Innovation Center in my university a month before the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak in Indonesia occurred. And also, I would like to share my experience from the position of becoming a member of task force in assisting the learning mode transformation. Okay, so that's why I would like to underline some lights and also exploration of ambiguity in our uncertain period. And this is my reflection on the online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, let me begin with the background. Where are we now? So we have got a very different education life and also with a very sudden change of our life with transformation from classroom activity into the online learning context or the use of technology. We felt that this is not very easy because the data from the Ministry of Indonesian Education, there was 90% teachers in Indonesia who were not capable of using the technology in teaching. And they suddenly had to face this online learning situation without any enough preparation. So then we will see students learning at home and also with different situation, not like in the classroom context. And we saw so many classroom, empty classroom with teachers alone in the classroom and they are talking to their laptops, yeah? So this is our new context, our new life right now. Okay, however, there have been some great efforts done by students, teachers, and community as well as the government in this situation. Teachers were very busy learning how to use technology. They joined seminars, they joined workshops, training, which are offered by private or government institutions. And even in December 2020, the Ministry of Education, the Indonesian Ministry of Education had a program named Guru Belajar Seri Masa Pandemi COVID-19. This is like a workshop and training and then sharing to others. We call it BIMTEK, Diklat, and Pengimbasan. And there are innovations in teaching which continuously made in our period. And teachers devote more time. So they shift to online education. and the online education meant that they have to rethink the lesson plan so that they fit to a very different format. Some senior teachers may come to classroom. They might come to classroom before the pandemic, 5 minutes before the class, and then they improvise because they already know what to do. They had experience, a lot of experience, but now they cannot do that. They have to think very carefully to change between the traditional context into the online situation. That's why they have to rethink their lesson plan again and again so that they will not just move what is printed into the online version. On the other hand, students struggle how they can understand the lesson, how they can finish all the deadlines. Okay, also, other components in their learning environment are parents. And parents now took more roles in the children learning process. I myself also had a certificate for my important participation in my son's education. So I got certificate for my participation of becoming teacher at home. So this is also issued. Yeah? It means that parents now have more roles in the education. That's why synergy was built among all parties in education. But those efforts were not easy. Yeah? We have read so many articles in the newspaper, digitals, showing how teachers struggle to help the students. Even they try to visit students to make sure that they learn something. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, like what has been mentioned in the welcoming speech by the rector of Sanata Dharma University, we are living in this VUCA world now, where today is unclear and tomorrow is unknown. But we still need to plan and prepare for tomorrow's generation, even though maybe some of us are still practicing some yesterday's method. This is very difficult actually. So I would like to underline some of the terms that I'm going to use and also that I use in my title. It's related to ambiguity. So when I'm talking about ambiguity, I would refer to some new things such as learning environment setting in relation to space and time, because now we have home-based learning and then we do not have any boundary of time if we are talking about learning. We used to have to set deadlines where students could submit things in a particular time in offline setting. So you did not set time, let's say at 11 in the evening or at night, in the middle of the night. But now everything is everything doesn't have any time boundary. Okay, next component is related to the complex things. So there are some changes of the social condition and also change in technology and then change of mode of interaction. So those things are some components that I would like to underline in my sharing. Okay, so after those great efforts, now we might think about the effects. Did those great efforts really help our students? Do we change our perspective on learning and teaching? And how do we value our journey? But in this case, I would like to see from the point of view of students. So how are the learning achievement perceived by the undergraduate students during the COVID-19 pandemic? How do they see themselves as language education students? Because I'm teaching in the English language education, so my students, they are actually struggling to become future teachers in the future. And how do they empower themselves to prepare for their future profession? Okay, so I would like to share some data from my experience during helping students and also during helping myself, my colleagues, and also trying to see whether the practice really make difference. Yeah? So I would like to triangulate data from different research periods, and there are some instruments, different questionnaires, and then also the focus group discussion and some notes that I had during my service in the pandemic period. Okay, there will be 3 phases that I'm going to share with you today. The first one is data from the University Research Team questionnaire result, but I'm going to focus only on data from the English Education Study Program students. And the second phase is Learning Innovation Center Research Team questionnaire result, and the third phase is small survey result. And I'm going to talk also about different period of time. The first period was March to June 2020. That is the beginning of the pandemic situation. And then the second period is August to December 2020. And the third period is January to June 2021. Okay, so let me begin with the first sharing of the first phase. So as I said before, first phase here is related to the result of research team questionnaire, which focuses on 12 components, but I would like to share only 5 of those 12 components. So I'm going to talk about the learning models, learning ecosystem, social factor, evaluating, and self-directed learning. Those components might give us a point of view of the ambiguity that we are dealing with. Okay, and the second phase focuses on engaging design models, difficulty, solution, and achievements. This is done by researcher team in the Learning Innovation Center. And the third phase is focusing on achievement and reflection on values learned. Okay, so in the first phase, we are going to see whether the learning models actually require the students' participation or not, and whether they enjoy the learning outside the classroom, whether students were more motivated to interact with others in the face-to-face mode, whether the assessments are enough and relevant, and the obtained grade matched their efforts, and whether they can manage the activity well and becoming more enthusiastic learner, and then they can they can express opinion and ask questions. So this questionnaire was given to thousands of students in Sanata Dharma, to all students, but I would like to focus only from the point of view of students of the English Language Education Study Program. We managed to have 401 students and from different batches, yeah? And then you see that there is interesting experience from batch 2019 because they already experienced one semester, maybe around 8 months having face-to-face interaction. And the newest student also to 2020, they happen to answer the questionnaires. Okay, so here is the result. We see that actually students perceive positively in the point of view of the learning models, they think that they can participate actively. And even when it was done outside of the classroom, they think that they still enjoy the learning. But they really, they really need to have a face-to-face interaction. You can see the number, this is very big because you have 45% and then 48%. And even though with those deadlines, they think that the evaluation are still relevant and the grade match their efforts. Yeah. One thing here is a bit strange is that they are not really motivated, even though they are okay with learning outside of the classroom. They enjoy having outside classroom learning, but they get bored and they were not motivated. Okay? But they managed to be able to have self-directed learning. Okay. So despite the difficult and complex situation, most students felt that they were able to participate actively and obtain expected achievement. So the ambiguity component here, learning from different situation, which is the home-based situation or setting, they feel okay. But students still value the needs of having personal meeting. So they think it will be more meaningful if they have face-to-face interaction. They manage to be self-regulated in learning, but still need to boost their motivation. Okay, so why does it happen? So it's because in the interaction or in the learning, in traditional mode or even in the online learning mode, we need to have various interactions. You have student-teacher interaction, student-student interaction, and then student material interaction, student community, and student institution. From what I saw from the result, I guess that they have no problems with having student material interaction. But they had problem with student-teacher interaction, and especially student-student interaction. So it's very difficult to meet their classmates. It is also difficult to share their opinions with classmates. That's why it is difficult also to build interdependency. Okay? Then, still data found in the phase 1 are dealing with ambiguity. So it's very interesting to see that students in the English education study program, most of them had the bedroom setting, what do you call it? Learning in the bedroom setting situation, right? So 79% of the students use their bedroom setting to study, okay? And then only few use living room. And then this is new context for our online learning also. So the types of communication change. Meeting people is not easy, especially because of the pandemic. Maybe if we think about online situation, but outside of the pandemic context, it is still easy to meet people. So blending the online and then also the offline is okay, is possible if we are not in the pandemic situation. And there is also a new context, which is environment of learning. Okay, that is what I'm going to share from phase 1. And then I'm going to share also what I got from phase 2. And sorry, phase 1 is related to the first and the second period of the learning during the pandemic situation. Okay, phase 2, the focus is related to achievement and then also to the, later on to the value. Okay. In this phase, I'm going to focus on the result of focus group discussion session with students that the team already contacted and also asked to join the focus group discussion. The result of the second phase is relevant with the result of the first phase, yeah, that the students value the need of interaction with teachers and also even teachers' representation. In this case is the video is the representation of the teacher. And then in terms of sense of achievement, those students listen to the lecturer's explanation to get more achievement sense, yeah, and also watch the pre-recorded lectures. And when we happen to ask those students, there are some interesting findings, yeah. So students are now more independent in learning. So the difficulty to communicate or ask their classmates made them realize that they could not depend on others and they have to study independently. And also they are aware that they have to have a clear goal in study. They have to focus to achieve the goal. Otherwise they will get nothing. And then they also felt that they are now able to study more. They did not depend on the teachers, nor did they rely on listening to others. So they took initiative to contact and ask classmates outside of the classroom, even though they did not meet, to have more interaction. Okay, so in this phase, we see that the shy may shine. The shy students now shine when they have online classes. And the student could not rely solely on the power of intelligence. Those who were active in the offline classroom may find difficulty, but in some situations, the shy student managed to shine. And then that's why the learning agility was called for. And this learning agility actually has different components, yeah, about how the people see the change, and then how the people felt the result of the change, and then how they view the change, and then how they do the change. Okay, now the next one is related to phase 3, and this one is the recent survey that I did to several students of the English Education Study Program. It's a small survey to convince what I already tried to understand from those 2 phases previously. Okay, so in this phase also I tried to see how they perceive their achievement and how they see the value of their experience. Okay, so I was asking them to see and reflect what they experienced in period 1, period 2, and period 3. Of course, I contacted students who had the opportunity to experience those 3 periods. Okay. So it is interesting to see that as the time went by, they managed to improve, at least from the point of view that they felt, yeah, from less than 60%, or maybe less than 40% achievement, increased into 44 to 47, almost 80% of the achievement, and then in the 3rd period, they felt that they can do their best. Okay. And the next is related to how they perceive themselves as students in this context. Okay. I found most of them had positive perception of their position as students in this very complex situation. These are what they said. So they felt that they are more independent, like the one in the previous phase also mentioning the same thing. And they are now more responsible of what they are doing. They are able to manage time. And they are aware of the need to adapt, learn, and change. They are aware of the surrounding. This is interesting. Now they are aware of the surrounding. When they are learning at home, they are also aware of their surrounding in their learning setting. And they are able to do many things. So people now are becoming multitasker. Also students are becoming multitasker. Okay, only few felt negative perception. For example, getting lazy, getting bored, not enthusiastic because they need to see others. They feel free, but they felt that they are not responsible of their task. Yeah? Feeling free but not responsible. Okay, and how do they empower themselves to prepare for their future profession? So I would like to see the perception of language students who will become future teachers, knowing that the future condition is not yet clear. How do they benefit from the situation? What they will face in the future may be different from the current condition. So then I ask, how do you see yourself as a future teacher in this situation? What can you learn from for your future profession? And after the responses are gathered, I found that 50% of the respondents share very specific learned lesson. Okay, here are what they say. This is very interesting point of view, in my opinion, because after attending online classes, students who will become future teachers highlighted important lesson. The first one that they really consider, they need to consider the students' contact very carefully. Maybe also because they experience learning in the online context is not easy. That's why they are trying to think about interesting, fun, and not boring activities. Of course, facilitated with the appropriate use of media or technology. They also see the importance of creating a stress-free and enjoyable learning, where we do not have so many assignments to finish. And then they also think about planning good teaching methods, strategies, and having better interaction. And they think also about how to design material very carefully, because online setting will have completely different context from offline setting. That's why the material will be also differently designed. And then they are aware of the need to adapt and to change. And also, this is interesting because students feel the importance of feedback session. Okay, so I share some of my notes during my experience with students, that they really manage to adapt. Yeah, even when they try to practice their skill of becoming future teachers in this very difficult situation, how they can practice their skills of teaching. Okay, so the students experience transformation. They make meaning of what they experience and adapt how they see the concept of learning and of course teaching, because they will teach in the future. And in the learning transformation, people develop and use critical self-reflection to consider their beliefs and experience, and over time they will change how to see the world. So my students in this case managed to become more self-regulated learners, and they plan for tasks, monitor their performance, and even they know that they have a goal to achieve. And then they reflect on the outcome. Okay, so I would like to give my concluding remarks. In the beginning, there were some chaotic situations. Teachers got confused of what to do, of how to deliver the material, of how to use sophisticated technology, but did they ask whether the students learn? Students worried of the deadlines, got bored, not motivated, but did they ask whether they learn? Then people tried to adapt, learn, unlearn, and relearn. They saw possible new ways, situations to learn, and began to feel the sense of achievement. Both gain good values which may be useful for the future. What will the future teaching be after COVID-19 pandemic? For sure, good practice should continue. The online platform, the ability to explore the technology in various ways should continue. But there will be more expected improvement with the existence of better interaction when pandemic is over. So that will be my last concluding remark. Thank you very much. Dr. Kuswandono, I would like to give time and monitor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Nani, PhD, for the interesting presentation. Now we would like to have, like a kind of discussion in this case. So as our time is quite limited, particularly for Dr. Michael Phillips, because he is going to go somewhere for the attending different agenda, I would like to share the screen of the question which has already been raised in the Zoom chat. So we will have, like a kind of few questions here. So Dr. Michael Phillips, could you please also, help us answer this question?
Sure, it's a very good question, and picks up on the notion of digital divides and the differences between those people who have access and opportunity and those people who might not. Originally, the notion of digital divides was something that was brought up about people who actually have a technology, for example, but now it's also, obviously, in terms of access, things like internet access. And where people have limited opportunities, it means that as educators, we need to think really carefully about how we might use that limited resource. So one of the things that I suggest to people when faced with that kind of situation is to think again about design and what are the things that can be best done when using the internet. So what are the things that we can take advantage of when we're using the internet, and what things might be able to be done in a non-digital or an analog format. And so there are a couple of ideas, a couple of theories that can help us guide our thinking with that. So the first theory that I would introduce you to is this notion of social presence theory. And the social presence theory is basically suggesting that if we're able to understand that we're communicating with a real person rather than just maybe a robot or some automated answering service, then people are much more likely to engage in extended communications. So if you're wanting to build rapport between you and your students, then sometimes using technologies such as Zoom allow people to be able to develop that kind of pedagogical relationship. But one of the other things that's really important, and particularly when it comes to language learning, if we're dealing with learners that might have lower levels of literacy, then there's a theory called media richness theory that might guide us as to when we might use internet technologies, again, like Zoom. So media richness theory suggests that the richer the media, the easier it is for people to understand or make meaning from that. And I'll give you an example. I wonder if you, like me, have ever misinterpreted either an email or a text message that somebody might have sent you on your mobile phone? If, like me, then there are numerous examples where that's the case. If that person instead had left you a voice message rather than a text message, would that be easier or harder to understand? And most people will say it's easier because you have, for example, the intonation in somebody's voice. You can tell if they're happy or angry or frustrated or upset because of that intonation. If that person was to leave you a video message or be using a platform like we are today, like YouTube or Zoom, is that easier or harder to understand than the voice message? And again, most people will say it's easier because I have more cues to pick up on. I have facial expression and body language and all of these other cues that help me to make meaning, help understand what's going on. So if we're dealing with content that might be particularly difficult for learners to understand because of the nature of that content, then actually providing them with media that gives them more cues to make sense of that would be where I would be suggesting that you take advantage of that maybe more restricted resource, that we use those kinds of opportunities to use digital ways in which we can engage with students, and then think about what things might we be able to do as follow-up or supporting activities that might not necessarily need internet access.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Michael Phillips. Yeah, we understand that. Would you also please address the second question from Bapak Pius Nurwidasa about the inverted pyramid?
Certainly, yeah. So typically the inverted pyramid relates more, it's been used more often to talk about text rather than other forms of media such as videos or pictures or sound, although it can work very well with those as well. So one of the other bits of research that has been done that might help us to better understand, for example, what we might do with video to be able to enhance learning is a work that was done by a gentleman by the name of Spunza back in 2014. And what he and his colleagues did is they got some students to watch a video, and that video went for approximately 6 minutes in length, and it was presenting content. And what they did is they asked students after watching that video to predict how well they would go on a test after that, on that particular content. And what they found was that if they just let students watch all 6 minutes of that video without chunking it, without breaking it up, without giving them an activity to do during that period of time, so students just watch the video, they predicted on average that they would get about 78% on the test. When they actually did the test, they actually got about 48%. So they felt like they had learnt a lot by watching this video, but when they were required to apply that knowledge, it didn't necessarily translate. If we then started to give them an activity where we actually break that video, maybe at the 3-minute mark or at some point, at some relevant point along the way, then students thought that they would actually get about 60%, so they weren't as overly confident as they might have been, and they actually ended up getting about the same kind of mark, about 50% on the test. But if we actually broke up that 6-minute video and gave multiple activities for students to do to apply their knowledge along the way, so we actually started chunking the information into smaller blocks and then getting students to apply that, and then we gave them a summative test at the end, they predicted that they would get about 77%, and they actually got about 75%. So what we start to find is that it doesn't necessarily enhance learning. We don't get a much better result. But what we find is that students get a much better sense of where they're positioned in relation to their learning. They're not overly confident about the learning that they have. So if we're dealing with multimedia, then I'd suggest that that idea of chunking or breaking things up into groups would be the way that I would consider that. If it's text-based, then the inverted pyramid approach would be one that I would predominantly use there. And the third question about long-term memory is a really interesting idea. So bearing in mind that this idea of memory and its application to learning is a very cognitivist notion, that there are multiple other learning theories, all of which can help explain this really complex phenomenon. But long-term memory is a really interesting idea. And one of the things, I'm not sure about necessarily having tips to upgrade or enhance long-term memory, but one of the things that we can do, as I was kind of alluding to in my presentation, was to try to reduce the amount of load on working memory, so that what we're able to do is make connections between information that we're being presented with now and information that we've stored in our long-term memory, that we've experienced previously. So it's not necessarily about enhancing your long-term memory, but it's about using what we've already experienced, what we already understand, and what we already know to try to make better sense of new information that's being presented to us. So not necessarily enhancing long-term memory, but using it more effectively to be able to work with new information.
In particular,
this one is actually for, well, probably if you could also answer some of the question here related to variables may affect students' responses or attitudes or difficulty in managing the class. Well, these questions are particularly directed to Ibu Christina Kristiani, but probably that is also an interesting question. The last question here from Budi Hartono. I have difficulty managing the class, especially speaking class. If you have an experience, also, Dr. Michael Phillips, if you also have the same experience in your class, how to manage the class?
Yeah, absolutely, and it can be challenging. And one of the things that I'm going to qualify my response with is that there are so many different variables that go into this. So some of the things that I might suggest may not necessarily be applicable to everybody, but one of the things that I've also found at Monash is that particularly when we have larger groups of students together, often some students are very uncertain or uncomfortable about presenting themselves verbally to the whole class. And that's often not dissimilar to some of the things that we might find in a face-to-face classroom as well. But students, particularly maybe some of our weaker or less confident students, aren't really happy about being seen by a whole class because they are concerned they might make a mistake, and that affects then their understanding of themselves, their identity as a learner. So we can take advantage of some of the affordances of some technologies if we're teaching in a technology-rich context to actually take advantage of that. So for example, if we're using Zoom, instead of having 30, 50, however many people are in one room, we can actually create breakout rooms. So it might be that you have one student working with one other student. And so the risk of actually damaging their identity is substantially reduced because of the number. We might give people opportunities to actually record themselves, for example, and to then present the best version of themselves, or a version that they feel comfortable presenting to a group. So we can actually take advantage of recording technologies to be able to do that. Now, sometimes we actually don't necessarily want to give students lots and lots of opportunities to record themselves because we want them to be responding to questions if that's something that we're trying to develop. If that's the learning intention, then recording is not going to be overly helpful. So we have to carefully match what the opportunities of the technologies are with what it is that we're trying to get students to be able to do. But hopefully there are a couple of ideas that might help.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering whether Ibu Retno Mulyani is in the Zoom here or not. If not, then probably I will actually read the question because, I haven't, copy pasted. But okay, if I can actually copy paste it here. The question is actually related to Dr. Michael Phillips. Does some knowledge of semiotics help web content writers to deliver information effectively? So, does some knowledge of semiotics help web content writers to deliver information?
Yes, it does. So there have been a number of studies, and I'm really happy if people want to follow up with me individually afterwards, please email me and I'm happy to share some of these resources with you. That's probably the easiest way. But one of the really interesting things is to start to look at the interplay of different forms of knowledge and the way that different people use those different forms of knowledge. And so one of the things that I've been working on recently is the notion that it's not just knowledge that teachers rely on to make decisions, that it's actually about teachers' beliefs, whether they believe technology is actually going to be helpful or not, influences how they might use technologies. It's how they also see themselves as an educator or their identity, their skills, and also the epistemology of the subject that they're teaching, what counts as learning. And so we've broadened this idea out to try to understand how to best determine what factors influence really effective uses of technology from a teacher's perspective by looking at these notions that we broadly talk about as an epistemic frame. And we start to make connections between different elements like knowledge or beliefs or skills, and we look at what kinds of decisions are influenced by those different kinds of elements. But in short, the answer is yes, semiotics does really help when it comes to designing for digital technology use.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Phillips. So I would like to also provide the opportunity for Dr. Christina Cristiani to answer the question. Dr. Michael Phillips, if at this time you are engaged with something else or tied up with something else, if you shall leave the Zoom, be my guest. But if you would like to stay until, you know, your maximum time, optimum time to be here, you know, also okay. Right.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm very happy to stay on for a few more minutes in case there are any other questions that people would like to ask.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much. So, Ibu Christina Cristiani, I have here in the screen on the PowerPoint some question addressed to you directly. Would you please, provide the answer of the question? Okay. My laptop is actually a bit lagging. Okay, all right. Ibu Nani, Dr. Christina Cristiani, the question is here, how does your findings apply to more general context, students' levels, abilities, cultural background, and such and such? This is from Pak Pius. Bu Nani, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Gus. Thanks also to Pak Pius for the questions. So there are also some components that were asked also related to cultural background, and also some questions directed related to teachers' capability in handling the online learning. Yes, there are some, some responses showing that cultural background really has very, important effect in the response that is given by the students. For example, we happen also to interview some students coming from the frontier and less developed region of Indonesia who happen to be outside of Java Island, of course, in this situation, but some of them also were staying here. We see that the cultural background and also the location can affect the students' responses, especially dealing with the use of technology. They will feel that they cannot achieve a lot when they cannot access to the material or to the interaction or to the learning platform. So yes, cultural and then also location give important or significant, significant effects to the responses, okay? So, but we also try to see whether the students actually do something with this one. And then it turns out that they manage themselves to struggle, to learn by themselves. Even though they have some difficulties, then like what I shared in my previous sharing in the phase, especially in phase 2, when we happen to really ask the student what they did, when they cannot, for example, assess the material or even assess the learning platform, and they cannot talk to the teachers because of the situation, then we realize that they really struggle and they felt the achievement. Okay, and then in relation to the teacher's capability in handling the online learning situation also is part of the components that will affect the students' response. Of course, when they expect to have more interactive activities in the online learning, but the teachers do not have any, enough ability to handle the online learning, so they will feel difficult situation. Okay, so I think this one also affect the responses or attitude given by the students. And then in relation to the next one, which is the student's level or ability. So when we try to analyze the result, as I mentioned previously, the components of intelligence or knowledge or the background knowledge in relation to the student's ability level doesn't give them enough constraint to stop learning. So because they now really realize that if they do not struggle, if they do not adapt, if they do not change, then they will not get their goal of learning. So that's why, even though maybe previously they do not have, really brilliant ability or brilliant knowledge or cognitive level, but they struggle because now they can adapt to the changes. They can find their own way to learn themselves, or maybe try to learn also from others, but in different ways. Okay, that might be my answer to Pak Pius' questions. Hopefully it covers all. And then I saw also some questions from Pak Budi Hartomo. Can I also respond to that, Pak?
Please.
Okay.
Please do.
So I have difficulty managing the class, especially speaking class. Okay, so this one is interesting because speaking is one of the productive skills that might not be very easy for us to deal with. But for the speaking class, we need to have models in form of conversation models, for example. And the other thing is the chance of giving the students feedback, especially in the use of the language, whether they are using correct expression with a correct, for example, gesture or correct attitudes of using language. Now, I think we can use some strategies. For example, I'm also having my speaking class this semester. So we can use the virtual meeting platform as to give them, chance to be given models and also be given feedback. Yeah? But actually for the models, we can also rely on the synchronous activities. For example, providing them with the models in a form of videos, for example, okay? They can watch video, they can watch example of conversation, but then when we have synchronous activities, our focus can be on the giving chance for them to be given feedback. Yeah? It can be that the feedback is done individually or classically. I also happen to ask my students to make conversation in the video form, and I ask them to upload it in the YouTube channel, classroom YouTube channel, so that they can assess them in their, spare time. And other students can comment, and we can also comment. And then they can, when they are making video, even it is good for the students because they can, see whether the comment is really trying to improve their ability in speaking or not by trying to view and repeat the video again and again, and to get the certain components that are being commented by their classmates or by the teacher. So I think we can still see a lot of chances to do, especially in giving feedback. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Punani, actually we have one more question here. All right, so I'm going to share it to the audience. All right, this is from Ibu Ani Farida, STKIP PGRI Jombang. To all the speakers, how do you actually perceive the context where the national curriculum demands the results of national standards, yet contrasting to the students' needs, specifically in implementing modern ELT that can be possibly equipped with technology? What can be the good possibilities for EFL teachers to do then? Thank you. If Dr. Michael Phillips could answer the question here, probably from your experience in the NAPLAN test in Australia context, probably, because it might also be still, yeah, okay.
So we do start to see the influence of standardised testing coming across, not just in national tests like NAPLAN or which occur in Australia, but also with international testing like PISA testing as well. We start to see the influence of those kinds of tests on curriculum and on the expectations of teachers. And so it's a real challenge and a real balancing act that I think many teachers and also many education systems are actually going through at the moment, where we're trying to balance out the importance of understanding the effectiveness of education systems, not just based on the amount of money that can be invested into them, but also the kinds of work that teachers can be doing in classrooms. And so I think that there's a real tension and a real challenge there. In terms of implementing ELT and EFL teachers, I'm probably, given my technology background, I'm probably not particularly well placed to be able to answer those kind of really specific questions, as that's not really my area of expertise. But across the board, I think it's one of those things that is a challenge for us to balance out.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mike. Ibu Christina Kristiani, PhD, related to the national curriculums, which is also to some extent may contradict to the students' needs. How would you respond to that, particularly with the use of technology?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ibu Ani Farida. So when we are talking about national curriculum and we are also talking about implementing the modern ELT equipped with the technology, how can be the good possibility for EFL teachers? Then our national curriculum is basically competency-based curriculum. So as long as we can facilitate the students to achieve the competencies, of course with the technology it is easier to do it, because when we are talking about language skills, then technology can be beneficial to help them to show that they already got the competency. For example, if we are talking about national curriculum, one of them is, part of the curriculum is the basic competence for the English students in high school. Let's say they will study genres, for example, narratives, and then recount and descriptive and other genres. And if we believe that the competency-based curriculum is to facilitate our students to show that they already able to master the ability to, let's say, produce monologue text in the recount genre, then I think the use of technology can help us teachers to do it. Okay, so when they can tell story, for example, and the people who hear the story, if it is talking about oral mode, or if you are talking about the written mode, if the reader found that the story is good, then they, let's say, they give like symbol, or they comment and they realize that this one is a good thing, and then, but because of the essence of technology, teachers can ask the student to, for example, upload the result in the social media, then they got more likes when more people are reading. So actually, our goal or our objective has been achieved. Yeah? Through the use of technology, also teachers can be easier to, for example, gather responses from the students. Teaching implementation, I think we can also take benefits from the use of technology. Okay, there are so many chances or ways that we can use if we are dealing with trying to make sure that the student already achieve the competence set in the national standard curriculum. Thank you, Pak Gus.
Okay, thank you, Nani. So, yeah, I think that's actually rightly directly answered the question related to the national curriculum as well as the students' assessment. Pak Pius Noridasa was actually also asking a question again, but for this time, Pak Pius, can I actually call you to speak in the floor, in the forum here to address your question? And probably. Okay, yeah, Pak Pius, well, would you please be so kind to speak it up, or to speak up in the forum? Hello, Pak Pius. Okay, all right. So Pak Pius probably was actually having problem with the sound. Pak Pius, are you there? Pak Pius? Sorry, Pak Pius, I can't hear you. We cannot hear you. All right. So probably he has problem with the. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Please do, Pak.
Yeah, I just remember what Cooper and Reber said about the use of technology and integration of technology, because when we just use technology, we depend on the technology and our ability and the use of specific technology. When technology fails, then well, what happens is usually we cannot do anything. However, when we try to integrate technology, then we have a specific design when technology fails, or perhaps we can use different kind of methods. However, in a specific occasion, when technology fails, then learning process or teaching and learning process can stop because of the dependence on technology. As far as I know from the EPAC design, then technology becomes a very important thing. I just want to get further ideas about this from Mike, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Pius. Dr. Mike, are you still there?
Yes, yeah, and thanks,
Okay.
Pius, for your question. It's a very good question, and one that is often asked. And I think there are 2 points that I'd like to make. One is that you're absolutely right. Technologies have this habit sometimes of failing us right at the most critical moment, and all of a sudden we're left with a challenge. So one of the things that I often will be saying to my students who might be pre-service teachers is to be considering what the non-digital alternative might be, that you might need to be thinking about a backup plan. But importantly also, I think one of the things that has unfortunately been developed as a result of the use of the TPAT framework is the idea that technologies are all digital technologies. And if we actually step back for a moment and think, well, this pen has been made by a person and is therefore a form of technology. If we take that idea that technologies are things that have been created by people, then this form of technology might be just as powerful, and in some cases more powerful, than a digital technology that might be used. And so one of the things that I think that we need to consider is the broadening of our conceptualization of this idea of what we mean by technology. So there are times in which I have worked with teachers who've made a very deliberate, very thoughtful, very professional decision not to use this technology, not simply because they're concerned that it might fail them, but there might be elements of that technology, particularly, for example, a story springs to mind when I was working with a teacher who was working with 15-year-old students, and she made the choice that on a Friday afternoon, working with 15-year-old students and actually using digital technologies was actually going to be more problematic because they were going to potentially get distracted with a whole range of other things. And so she made the deliberate choice to actually go to more analog kinds of technologies. And so I think that one of the things that we need to do is not only consider what we might do when technologies might fail us in terms of, you know, a blackout or something not working, but also what are other opportunities that might be afforded by different forms of technology.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Yeah, Ibu Naik, would you, do you want to add something about this?
Okay.
Christina Christiani, yeah.
Yes. So, yes, I do agree that the technology is only tools, yeah. So what is important is for teachers to maximize the use of technology, but maybe also backup plan is important. When we have blackout, for example, then you cannot have face-to-face virtual interaction with the students, even they cannot have access to the internet connection. But then when you already prepare the backup plan, then maybe you can, have more, meaningful learning for the students if you already tell the agenda previously, and then they can have their own independent learning themselves when technology cannot help us. Bagus.
Thank you very much. All right, so yeah, this is actually the end of the session one. But before we finish, Dr. Michael Phillips, do you want to say maybe like few sentences to conclude as a concluding remark for this, session one for the speech?
Absolutely. Well, I think that it's been a fantastic opportunity for me to be able to experience this wonderful conference that you've been at. And I wish you all the success for the remainder of today and also tomorrow. One of the things that I would just like to add from a technological perspective is that a lot of people have talked about the notion of technologies being a wicked problem. And not wicked as in evil, but wicked as in challenging. Because as soon as we change one component of the challenge that we're presented with when we're teaching with technologies, then it changes other components as well. So as soon as we change the type of technology we might be using, it changes the way we might represent content. It changes the way that students might interact with one another or interact with us as educators. And all we can best be doing is solving and resolving these challenges all the time. And while that might sound difficult, for me, it's one of the things that makes teaching one of the most exciting jobs in the world, that it isn't formulaic, that there isn't an A plus B equals good lesson, that as educators we need to be drawing upon our professional knowledge and competencies to be understanding the students that we're working with and to be able to present to them the best opportunities that we possibly can.
All right. Okay. So there is no one quick solution for any problem, right? Thank you very much, Doctor. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. Ibu Nani, do you want to say something as a concluding remark?
Yes.
1 or 2 sentences.
Yes. So the world changed rapidly. Also, there are some changes in the technology in our life. So we need to adapt ourselves, and we need to make use of the technology if we can, if we can do something and then we can maximize the use of technology, then I think we can facilitate the students more. But then the focus is not how we teach them in a very interesting way, but the focus is whether the students really learn from the way we teach them. Thank you, Pak Agus.
Seems that we lost Kuswandono.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Michael Phillips, Dr. Christina Cristiani, and Dr. Paulus Kuswandono. We had a wonderful conversation that enlightened our perspective. Dear all Zoom attendees, we have come to an exciting moment right now. We will have a photo session with keynote speakers. So everyone in Zoom, please turn on your camera. Given the number of participants in Zoom, so we will take a photo 4 times. So make sure that you keep smiling. And I'll count the photo capture by our the operator. One, 2, 3, 4. Thanks a lot. So ladies and gentlemen, shortly after this keynote session, we are about to start the first parallel session. Today we will have 2 parallel sessions, and in between there will be a lunch break. As you can find in the program book, we will have 6 different rooms, 1 to 6. Please kindly consult with the program book for the detailed information. Notification for room number 5 in particular, there is a slight modification for the link. The modified link will be provided by the room moderator. And the second parallel session will conclude our activity today, and the moderator will end today's activity. So, in the past 1.5 years, we have been forced to embrace technology for our teaching and for most of our activities. So I hope there won't be any issue in the transition from this keynote speech session to parallel sessions. Okay, so this concludes our keynote session this morning. Thank you so much. So this is the procedure that you are going to have. Certainly you can start from downloading the schedule and following the Zoom link as provided in the program book, and follow the conference procedure as required, and certainly enjoy the day. Thank you. Nganti pinjam iki lho karo dia. Kanang kene. Ya kan aku bengok-bengok. Bengok-bengok ngomong tak. Saiki. Aku ngerti 5. Checking my fancy headset from my son. Yeah, it's like a gamer. I look like a gamer right now. Okay, so it works, right? Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, Pak Pius, I borrowed this fancy headset from Rio, you know. Early in the morning, he helped me set up the audio for this headset because sometimes I got confused with the settings. pleasure, Pak Pius. So it's kind of perbaikan keturunan. Do you still write your sipitong? Yeah, and is it still green? Okay. Yeah, I see. Oh, glad to see you back here, even though your profile picture is very small. Is the first presenter coming already, Mbak Patrice? Oh yeah, Mbak Erin. Yes. Yeah, looks good. Sure. Still good morning, Ibu Tri Evayani. It's still morning here in Jogja. Yeah, it's. Thank you, Ibu. Right. Thank you, Ibu. Yeah, we have Bapak Nyoman from Undiksa. Good morning, Bapak. You're still muted? Yeah, it's already afternoon here at Bali. Nice to see you, Pak. Nice to meet you. Yeah, warm welcome from Sanata Dharma. You're very welcome. there will be only two, so each will present 15 minutes and sure. Hai Ibu Siti Mortening Room. Oh, glad. Good morning. Glad to see you here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mbak Patrice. I will be accompanied by Pak Mukairon and also Ibu Siti. Pak Mukairon is now one of the teachers undergoing PPG Daljab in service profession program, and Bu Siti Murtiningrum is Guru Pamong. So Pak Mukairon is here, I guess. I hope you are ready to present.
Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Triarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Triarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first president of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the 4th floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, white screen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Jakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya? Pro.
English Education Production, or most well known as EE Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is the student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference.
Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Driarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library Building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first president of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the 4th floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, white screen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Jakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya? Pro.
English Education Production, or most well known as EE-Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE-Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is the student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference.
Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
tapi ini kok lampunya tetap gelap. Ini di depanku sudah silau, tapi kok kelihatan masih gelap ya.
Saya itu di ruangan saya juga nggak pernah